Oh, there we go. I guess I've just been talking to myself for 7.5 minutes. Hello, can you hear me now? Oh well, I've not said anything important. I've just been talking. That's a shame. Okay. TBH. I think this is fine. Now you hear me, yeah. Sorry about that. Hello. I don't know why Windows has been doing this recently. It's a mystery to me. But you can hear me now. Okay, fine. Let me continue to think then. I reckon that the pickup that spawns shouldn't have collision added to it, TBH. Or it shouldn't be kickable, at least. It's one of these lads. I think making it magnetic is not quite what I want. I wonder if I thought it should be interactable or something. How does ground weapon work? You have this ground weapon structs, right? And then in collision system, you're searching for ground weapons, right? I suspect that we should change this with pick-upable or something. Interactable. Let's go with interactable. Because then that would also include the structure, which I think we're also looking at in here, right? Yeah. This is done the exact same way, so that would be a nice fix. How are you guys doing? So we can have this interactable struct. And in here, I'm going to provide that to... Well, specifically just upgrade, I suppose. Do I want you to have to press E on it? Yeah, I think so. Oh, do I? Yeah, I don't want you to accidentally have to pick it up, I suppose. The thought. Okay. I'm gonna call it interactable and not is interactable, because I'm not actually 100% sure it's gonna need something. Oh, I mean, I could do is interactable. It's fine. So we're gonna have it under upgrade. Yep. I'm gonna have it under the structure. So, well, maybe I should put the interact function on there. I'm not really sure. Structure we could use a little oop. Structure could inherit. Could be an interactable. The problem with the oop is that it doesn't really work with ENTT's registry. If we were to search for all interactables, it wouldn't actually give us the subclasses of interactables, so that's a bit of a blocker. For now, I can just in places interactable in the structure, and then also ground weapon. So we now have 3 things that is interactable. Upgrades on the floor, structures, and ground weapon. And you know what? We can be really fancy. We could have a bull on it. is could be picked up. I don't know, in range, something like that. We have in range. We could also have is primary, maybe. Oh, what? Sorry, what? Whoa, don't run like that. Well, it could either be in range, or we could store it in the inventory, like a reference to us to an is interactable. That would be the one that it would pick up. Hello, Yushuf. You know, beginner Python. Everyone starts somewhere. That's fun. And you've already gotten past the starting part, which is the hardest bit. Yeah, storing everyone to say like is primary is kind of weird. So let's just have it on is interactable, and then maybe the inventory can hold on to the one that it would pick up or something, or even just being in context. I don't know. Anyway, in collision system, instead of all ground weapons and all structures, I'm gonna have all interactables. So one is interactable. I don't know if you can hear the music or not, but we're listening to Draw the Emotional. I'm just going to do this momentarily. I need to extract some of this stuff. Hey, Bread Santa. Need to work on Qubit. Good luck, buddy. Thanks for popping in. I hope Qubit goes well. I'm okay. I've been very tired recently and I'm not sure why. But I've gotten a lot of chores done today at least. Great music. Thank you. It's Draw the Emotional. So there's some Yuyoyope arrangements as well. There's some Orami Pop. I think this album has a foreground eclipse in it somewhere. I don't know why. Anyway, let's see. So for all interactables, we do a bunch of tests. We check to see... here we go. This is the donut intersects part. So, I think I can just cut this now. This is all going to be cleaned up, so don't worry. Not drinking enough during the heat. Oh. Thanks for the reminder. Does this handle magnetic? This is really the upgrade part. Do we already have an inventory? I'm actually not sure. No, regardless. No, we do. We do have an inventory up there. This should be okay. Need a little bit of work. What's this one again? Upgrade. Okay, let's see. All interactables are collidable interactable transform sprites. You are collidable transforms interactable sprites. Interactable... Oh. We had a ball on that we need to set, don't we? I guess only checking for intersections on the inventory pressing the button is sensible for performance. Then again, the circle intersects function is not much. Just gonna pop these in their own little structure for a second. Little scope, I should say. Let me think. So yeah, we were doing this before because it was performant. Do I necessarily care about the in-range thing? Obviously you could use that... Hello, Gimbo. You could use the in-range thing to, like, highlight the object. That was the idea. And indeed, if I want to have a preview arrow or outline or something, I'm gonna have to switch these things around. Realistically, performing a handful of quad tree checked, so they're, you know, they're realistic. A handful of circle collisions is absolutely nothing. They're really, really easy, so it's not a big performance hit just swapping these around. I just kind of wish... Yeah, I mean, it's as simple as just popping them up around, right? I don't think we need to use the inventory in here, do we? Yeah, it's just this stuff. This should be correct. Oh, I'm stupid. Inventory is normally happening afterwards. It's this whole chunk actually. It's really just the just pressed interact part that needs to be moved further in. So yeah, just this bit needs to move down. It's as simple as that. Oh, good tune. Okay. This'll do. Why play Spy in TF2? I used to play a lot of Spy, yeah. That's correct. In this case, entity is my... Yeah, my entity. You can see my screen okay, can't you? Okay, that cleans that up. You just need to become a pointer, I guess. Or whatever this syntax is called. So you, in here, want structure. Hello, Nico. A niche C++ fact. I think anything you tell me would be a niche fact. This language is nuts. But go for it. I'd love to hear it. Do I think Rust is overly strict for game/graphics programming? I'm not the right person to ask. I haven't used Rust that much. My experience with it would point yes, but I'm inexperienced with it, so I'm not a good person to ask. You'd need to ask a Rust engineer. So I think I need pickup and magnetic, right? In this case, I'm looking specifically for things with an upgrade on it. So I do need pickup, right? So I need pickup? Do I really need to use magnetic? I think I can use the local player here. If I have it. No, I don't. Okay, where do I normally... Do I not have it around here? I'm fetching it here. View center. You can use the keywords and or and not instead of those symbols. Oh yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that. I know you can do that in Game Maker. That was cool. So I can say if whatever. I'll be damned. Nice. That's handy. I had no idea. I wonder if that makes certain things more readable. Because if you're doing like bit shifting and stuff, you see a lot of ampersands and pipes, and it can get a little messy to read. Yeah, but then again, you do call it bitwise and or operations, so that might confuse things even more. So never mind. But that's cool. I like that. Good knowledge. Is it not called pickup? Consumable. Oh. F2 failure. Embed failure. Oh, I guess it's just your entity in this case. We don't need to do this crap. We just need to make sure it has a player on it. Okay. Now let me think about how I'm doing the break in here. Because this break is going to break things. Thank you, Meta. Did I stream main blah 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 is valid in C++. That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness in the language. There's some weird syntax. It makes you realize how much of the syntax is functionally just like a shorthand for some string. Like, there's usually multiple ways to type something, and we just use whatever's the most convenient. So it's funny when you squish all of the shorthand things together. I say string, you know what I mean. I suppose and is the and function overload or whatever. You mean a char array? No such thing as strings. STD strings? Char arrays, yeah. Alright, let me think. I don't... Maybe I break on the first intersect. Because really, I only want the player to only ever be able to pick up one thing at a time. That doesn't sound so stupid. Now, in terms of drawing like an arrow around something... hang on. So even if you don't press interact, let's say we break, this means we only ever intersect with a single one, and then we don't bother checking the rest of the tree. That's kind of nice. As long as we default everything to in range to be false. Hang on a moment. Is that true? Well, we're breaking here, which breaks through this for loop of entity list, but it doesn't break through the for loop of all interactables. So technically, what I'll need to do is have something a little janky like this. It's found interactable. Interactable in range is in range. Something like this. So why am I typing in like this? Because then simply what we do is fine, we can break this and then we'll break this for loop. And then we'll loop through all the other is interactables. And if we still haven't found an interactable in range, then we can run this whole thing. Now, realistically speaking, one less embed. Yeah, one less of those is probably for the best, right? This way, we default make everything else false in range, I suppose. And then in render actor system, I don't know yet how I want to render selectable items. For now, let's just highlight them white or something, just to make things simple. So normally we're rendering our actor. All of this stuff. And somewhere in here we're doing a tint anyway. Tint color. Here we go. So we're doing it for ignited already. If I say interactable or is interactable. So if it's an is interactable item, then we can set the tint color to yeah, this is okay. And we'll just set it to, like, I don't know, something random for now, so I remember to change it later. Let's just go with like a green, yellow. You'll do. That should stand out a bit. Or yellow, even. That should be okay. So now, I think, I'm not certain yet, interactable things should be highlighted with like a yellow, disgusting yellow overlay. Until I discover if I want to have like a nice shader for this. It at least makes it obvious what thing you're about to pick up. That's the important part. We're not telling you which key to press, but that's a problem for another day. Maybe. Let's see. Oh, it's already piss yellow. It's problematic. Oh, because I'm not checking. Whoops. Oh, I can even do this. Something like that. Alright, so you see how it's normal. Let's see if it goes... Hey, look at that. If I have to have multiple things on top of each other, we should only see one of them getting highlighted. It's kind of hard to tell on the sniper rifle, I guess, because it's green. Let's just spawn in a bunch of enemies. Bunch of stuff on the floor now, right? Yellow is a bad color. But it looks like there's only one thing highlighted, right? Maybe I'll make the alpha lower by default. Whoops. Make it half and... I don't know, normally make it tint... Make it tint black and then make it white or something. Just an idea. Might not look very good. Oops. I mean, you can see them being shadowed out. It's kind of fun. Yeah, like you can see it's interacting with like the weapon that's behind it. I kind of like the shadows, even if it's kind of weird. It's interesting how it decides which one you're going to interact with. It at least shows you what I mean, right? Realistically, we should try and check with all of them first, get the closest one by like distance, and then interact with that one, but as a proof of concept, this kind of works. So instead of black, how about grey? Set the alpha to 0.75. If this is fine, then I can move on to what I just said. The alpha doesn't make a ton of sense, I guess, for the structure at least. You know, until I write like a nice shader, this will do for now though, probably. Alright, let's upgrade the pickup system then. Let me think. We have interactable in range. I need to just move some of this stuff. So I'll need to say closest interactable. And just default. I think that defaults to ENTT null, right? Was it entity null? Null entity? Oh, I just use the entity null. Okay. I guess that's fun. Closest interactable is this, and we'll just have to have Beck 2. Closest interactable distance. So instead of all this, we're normally just detecting the first thing. What I might do is just move this into a little function somewhere, but we'll do that in a moment. We'll say, instead of interactable in range, we're gonna say, instead of this as well, is distance the right thing to use here? Or just length? Length is okay. If length your transform, because I only want to care about the intersect as well. That way we can include big and small hitboxes. Although that being said, does the intersect tell you the distance? Just whether or not it intersects. My worry is like small items will be interacted with before big items. Really, you want to know the distance to the edge of the interaction. So I mean, if it's circles, it's just the distance of your transform plus radius, I suppose. Then again, how do I want to do this? Maybe I do just want to get my distance to the center of the transform. Because they're all intersecting. There's a few ways to do this. Let's just go with, let's just see how it looks with your transformed opposition minus mine. I guess we have your hitbox is based on that stuff. Can I do a distance between circles? We have intersects. Do you have distance? No. Well, whatever. Let's just say something like this. I guess closest interactable distance should be max, right? Well, something like that. You're a vec2, so you can just be a float, I guess. So if we're closest, then I'm gonna say closest interactable distance is now this distance, and closest interactable is my entity. Something like that. And then I'll simply have to go in here. I need to store the inventory of the interacting object, I guess. I could store it here. Well, How do I want to do this? This is messy. I was gonna say, you know, we can do this. And then after all this, it's a little funny, but you know. If player of entry isn't a null pointer and closest interactable isn't a null pointer. Oh, well, let's say registry.valid. Closest interactable. And we'll just pop this stuff in there. This is now pretty simple, and then this is the function here to perform the interaction. And yeah. You're a pointer, right? Yeah. We just need a... My transform and your transform. Do we need that? I don't know if we really need that. I've been using this to send the weapons on the ground in the direction that you're facing, but realistically speaking, that could just be random. Get random angle in radians. I say velocity 1. I don't know. Your Vec3. Yeah. We're sending it in the Z direction, that's not right. Well, actually, this is now not quite. Oh, Interesting. So... yeah, realistically speaking, we just need to get the player entity. I don't know about this whole thing. I'm gonna ditch this idea. Do you need to be a pointer? Maybe just const ref. I don't need to be quite so shaky about this stuff. Player should always have an inventory, and if it doesn't, then this can crash horribly and I'll remind myself. And now inventory is no longer a pointer, we can get rid of this stuff. You're angry because you're a const, so you can just be a inventory. We need to get a sprite. Transform. Position. You're not breaking anything. We should use, instead of inventory, we really should use player inventory. And instead of sprite, we should use interactable sprite. And then we'll also want interactable transform. Something like this. Oh, whoops. You're being passed into the lambda already. This might work. Right, nothing. I guess I'm not setting the interactable bit the way it should, but you can still interact with it, of course. Except for this one. You don't seem to have the interactable component. Should fix that. Oh no, it does. It definitely does. It's just not working. It's fine. Yeah, let me think. So they're all having isRange set to false. In here, when we have the closest interactable, we simply need to get isInteractable for it. So we can just do this. Something like that. Simple. Now let me see, in Entity Factory, and you're spawning a pickup. Do you have this? You do. Okay. Alright, this seems to now work the way I want, I think. At least it's a bit more, what's the word? Intuitive. It should be based on the closest distance, so... not just the first one it collides with. So I think that's okay. And should we replace this with a nicer shader in the future, that'll do the job. I like this song. Was this not already in the playlist? I mean, this is okay for now. It also somewhat helps with the problem you have with overlapping guns and stuff. Is it randomly generating an angle when you drop it? It doesn't look like it is. It looks like it's just moving with the velocity up to the right, doesn't it? I suspect that is exactly what it's doing, huh? But this is actually just changing the angle. What we really need to do is... Thank you, Eddie. I'm glad you think so. I just need to do sine and cosine. I remember, it might be the other way around. I mean, if it's a randomized direction, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I think it's the other way around with this. Oh wait, it is cosine sine. Oh no, I got this right, never mind. Cosine sine is correct. I think. Doesn't matter, we're generating a random direction. If the x and y is in the wrong way, it's completely irrelevant. Let's see, when you pick up a weapon, it should just send it in a random direction a little bit. It seems to do that. It even seems to point in the right direction, so that's the goal. I don't know if it moving is annoying though, so I could also just like not do that. That was meant to be my solution to like if they were overlapping, but I don't know if it's annoying, to be perfectly honest. So I can also just disable that for a moment. I can at least randomize the angle of the sprites. Best way to start coding, pick up a little project. Try and clone like battleships or something in a terminal. I think that's a pretty common starter application. Make like a calculator app, like a basic one, where you can add stuff and subtract stuff, or you know. I think that's a pretty common starter project. I mean, calculators can get very complicated, but when you're starting out, it teaches you a lot about functions and printing stuff and getting input. It's a nice place to start. It's also very testable, which is nice. Anyway, direction is this. I guess are irrelevant. So yeah, I can just make it so the angle is different when you put it down, or even though I could even make it shove, but just a very, very small amount. Right now it's normalized between 0 and 1. Because it's that's how this works. I really just have a couple of namespaces. We've got the main Woho one. Hey, Donut. Oh yeah. And I have like maths somewhere. I have my maths namespace, I think. Is you? Oh yeah. Yeah. I use a lot of anonymous namespaces, but generally I don't really suffer from collisions, so I only namespace where super necessary. I try not to get too bogged down in it. There's a lot of ways to organize a code base like this, and you know, this does the job for me pretty well. How you doing, Donut? Alright, so I'm gonna say that I've got that working at least somewhat. Let me think. Jason Turner's talk today. Did he talk about that? Could I not pick up the upgrade? Let's double check. Oh, you know what? I think I wasn't deleting it. Yeah, I'm fairly certain I don't delete the upgrade when I pick it up. I think Donut's talking about you, yeah. Nico. Nico? Oh, you mean up the top? Oh, you can see it, but you can kick it around, which is the problem. In fact, you can only pick up the upgrade if you get it squished in a corner, or if you can tap on it really quickly. That's funny. I bet I can still do it. Yeah, there you go. It also needs to get destroyed. So... destroy entity. Place this interactable. You are not delayed, right? Let me think. So you're picking up an upgrade. Spawn pickup. Do I need to give it a random start position? Really? Maybe it's okay to just start it straight in the middle. I guess it works nicely with the XP, but in which case, why not just do that with XP? And then just move this add transform down a bit. Talk about move semantics R value references that mentioned how you can type blah 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 and. Oh. Neat. Interesting, F2 doesn't change this as well. Anywho. You have a pickup radius. It's not your collision hull, huh? I guess your radius doesn't really matter. That's more the radius for the magnetic thing. I guess. Question mark? Oh no, it is used for collision. Never mind, I'm full of shit. I guess I used the collision for that anyway. I think it needs physics to not hit the wall. I just need to give it 0 mass. Really, I'm starting to wonder if there's much point in making this thing a pickup. It made sense earlier when I was reusing that, but now I'm not. It seems a bit unnecessary, let's say. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll refactor this. Oh dear. Oh. Same. I've opened Steam while this is running. Alright, let's see. Looks nice. Pickup is gone. Where did it go? Is it because I gave it 0 mass? Yeah, I mean this isn't really what we want here, I think. I'm gonna change this a bit. Solve your naming issue. What's wrong? I don't know about the seeming smarter thing. Seeming. That's a strong word. Okay, yeah, it's the zero mass. And then it gets... Yeah, you touch it, I guess it just gets launched into the stratosphere. That makes sense. Okay, let me fix this. Spawn pickup. So, we're no longer going to have upgrade as a pickup type. That's good. That solves a weird jankiness we had, which is the following. What's up? It's this, by the way. So we no longer have that. And let me just double check we weren't using this somewhere else. I didn't even add it to pickup type names. Yikes. Guess it doesn't matter. Okay, we got that. We got spawn pickup. Instead, we're going to have one called spawn upgrade, which will be just a copy of this for now. And you'll pass in maybe which upgrade to use. Something like that. And then you will no longer have that in you. The rest of this is fine, I suppose. Ooh. What's this song? Yeah, whatever. I mean, I guess you could inline the pickup mass thing. You could shove this down there. I've been listening to a lot of metal recently. I don't know if you guys really listen to it. In your codebase, use namespaces which match the directory, like C#. Oh? So you might have a relu directory containing all the code for relu, and it's a subdirectory of channel, so it becomes channel relu. In that directory you might have blueprint, so you have channel relu blueprint as a class, but you don't like redundant information. So if you had a relu class, it would be channel relu as the class name. What's the current risk you have of collisions? Why do you need such a... This is more of a genuine question. Why do you need such a concise namespace? I think I might misuse namespaces. This is why I ask. You can put the things you would have put in the really namespace in the class as statics. You come from a C# background, it feels nice. That's fair enough. Because remember, like, with proper use of header guards and whatnot, sort of general, like, compilation level collisions are minimal, but I suppose it's fine. Hi, Wesley. Need a project idea. Make a program where you can scan in pictures that you need to buy frames for, and it will tell you all the measurements that will fit that photo. So if you have like a bunch of pictures that you bought, you can measure them, type them into a program, and it will tell you as like a reminder what frames you need to buy. That's useful. And namespaces aren't about collisions, they're about separation of ideas. That's fine. If you're doing things within classes anyway, does that not already accomplish that though? So for example, you'd have a namespace with a class within the namespace that has the same name. So you have a directory called relu, and then a namespace called relu, and then a class called relu. You don't consider the class relu already as the distinct separation of ideas? Question mark. Channel relu is a class, but then a channel relu is a namespace too. IMO, it sounds like a, yeah. You can go with Donut's idea. Of course. To me, the fact that you'd have both a namespace and a class with the same name is already a bit of a... It feels like a bit of a smell. But maybe that's just the way that I organize things. Like I mentioned, I have a maths namespace. That's sort of replacing a big class called maths. You could have a static maths class or whatever. But these are relatively pure little functions, little stateless things. Data go in, data come out sort of thing. So it didn't make sense to assign them to a class for no reason. But having them under a namespace means that I can call Woho maths get predicted aim angle, for example. But if I had a maths class, I wouldn't have probably bothered with this namespace. Maybe Java or C++, whatever you're comfortable with, Wesley. This is just a project idea, right? You just want something to, like, practice coding with. You didn't really give any more specifications. Do you want to do UI stuff? Do you want to do backend stuff? A fun project is making a Pokédex. If you like Pokemon, there's an API you can use to retrieve all sorts of information about Pokemon, and you can make your own little UI for it. There's obviously a million people who've done that, but as a training exercise, it's pretty fun. Okay. We're spawning ground weapon, whatever. Spawn explosion, spawn upgrade. Clickable? Hang on, do I already have a spawn upgrade? Oh, I do. This would be spawn upgrade button. And then in collision system, where you are getting one of you, we want to spawn upgrade, and instead of value being 0, we want to pick a random upgrade, which I suspect I can steal from here somewhere. Oh, was I already doing that in here, maybe? Spawn upgrade. It sounds very Eurocamp. That's crazy, Dial. Oh no, I'm already doing random here. So I could... Yeah, I mean, why not do it like this? This simplifies life so much more. So you're going to spawn an upgrade. You're no longer going to take an upgrade in. You're going to decide that yourself. You need a project that will get you a dev job. I think making a Pokédex is a pretty good one. It depends what kind of dev work you want to do. Doing a Pokédex as a web app or as a mobile app is fun if you want to go into those industries. They're not so useful if you want to get into embedded. Rectified linear unit. It's a maths thing in AI. It returns 0 if the input is negative and value if it's positive. Yeah. I mean, the idea of giving you Wesley is just like, I think it would be fun, and it's clearly defined. Like, make a Pokedex. You can decide how you want to do that. Make a program where you decide where it keeps tracks of which frames you need to buy. It's handy, because I've bought a lot of pictures before, and I can never remember which frames I need to get. A shopping list is a pretty classic one. Your favorite supermarket will have a program that you could look at for ideas. You could make, if you want to get into embedded, you can obviously just buy like a €5 little 32 or something, and fuck around with it. Movie database, yeah, that's a good one. Just stuff to show that you know how to program, I guess. Okay, I need to split you to the right. Right, you don't need a physics. You don't need mass and radius. I don't even know if you need player entity, to be honest. You don't need this. You need this stuff. You've already made a graphical convolution network that classifies images. Your final project at uni was a whole web app and a mobile app that talk to each other. Okay, that's good context. That's nice. You've done a machine learning project. Well, it sounds like you can do something a bit more fancy then. That being said, the Pokedex thing could still work. You could write, using your convolutional network, you could train it on images of Pokemon and make a Pokedex that actually scans stuff and tells you probably what the Pokemon is, and then brings up its dex data. That could be cool. That would be if I was interviewing someone who'd made that, I'd ask them a lot about it, and if it was obvious they'd made it themselves, that would give them a big leg up. You're talking about having a mobile app and a web app. You could take a picture on a mobile app, send it through to somewhere for processing, guess what Pokemon it is, and then send back the whatever API information is available. It seems fun and very straightforward. I just think it's cool. I don't know. It's a common project. You'll see examples on the internet of this stuff. That's cool. Depends on how well trained your network is, if it will detect a Pichu away from a Pikachu. But if it generally works okay, then that's kind of cool. You could start pointing it at stuff and it would guess, you know, like, what Pokemon do you think Hollow the Wise Wolf is? And it will say, I don't know, fucking Leafeon. Hey, Fire. Make a program that can solve the who's that Pokemon. That would be cool. Just from the shadow, the outline. And then you get the episode where they're showing off the top of a Jigglypuff, and all the characters are guessing, like, Voltorb and Electrode and Diglett. How you doing, Fire? Good and Avant? Big Gates? Yeah. This is a good idea for projects, Wesley, I think. Anywho, radius. Let's just go with 0.5 for you. Solo animation, movement input. I don't think you need that. I'm going to be real with you, little guy. You don't need friction. You don't need fades with lifespan. You don't need a lifespan. Depth. You can actually be above everything. Or just normal. I kind of prefer it if you were on top of stuff because you're important. See if that works the way I want it to. Maybe 0.5. Holy shit. Japanese vocals. Hello, Donnie. How long have I been doing this? Since 2020. It's too hot for sleep. It's so fucking hot. I've been losing my mind. I've started listening to, like, both a mix of metal, screamo on stream, but also, like, weeb music. It's a real filter. Hello, Yuki. Who is this? 1 hour, 18 minutes in. The title of this song is question mark, question mark, question mark? How do you upload a playlist to YouTube and not know who this is? Oh, whatever. Vaporwave music. Oh, yeah. You accidentally clicked on your name in the Twitch app and noticed you still have the SFM banner I made for you. Wait, what the fuck? I made... Oh, I remember making that. Yeah, I did that. That was ages ago, dude. I kind of remember making it as well. We got the Team Spirit builds cap, which you have to, like, manually fix the texture for. The material's broken in SFM. Yeah, that was back when I had Photoshop. You figured out the namespace issue. Nice. Have I been using C++ for long? I suppose. I wouldn't classify myself as a master at it, but I'm learning every day. It's a complicated language, huh? Yeah, chat, you all have to come up with a name for Donut Viking Chap's program. It can't be called LibDonut. Come up with a name. He'll give you €1 million if you can come up with a name. I promise you. Anyway, you don't need to collide with any of this stuff. I think this will work. Let me think for just a minute. Yeah, it should be okay. Let's see. I was kind of going to play Osu today. This song's making me feel like it. I could play it off stream because I know you guys don't like fun. Just kidding. I was thinking I feel bad for the people that subbed last time I was making a game, and they come in and they just see me playing Osu. Alright, I fucked something up. What is it? Somewhere after this. Syntax error 4. Okay, that's a problem. What is it? Ah! That makes sense. Easy. That was fun. I liked that little bonus song at the end. Oh, let's put on... I want to listen to Foreground Eclipse, dude. I fucking love Foreground Eclipse. You guys know about that? Let's just listen to this randos playlist. Let's give it a go. FNVIDIA. Did Linus Torvalds say that? Can't believe it. But it's such a cute, cozy company. The guy wears like a leather jacket and stuff. He's so relatable. He's just like us. I have a feeling that, yeah, it would undermine the entirety of his project if he named it... if he named it with ChatGPT. Hey, Lemons, the game's not finished yet. Nah. Oh, I need to make it so you can't interact with this anymore. Maybe when it's destroyed, I need to remove the is interactable thing from it. Oh, fucking love Foreground Eclipse, dude. Not only could I have listened to this shit on loop. It's so good. You came up with your suggestion yourself, util. Hell yeah. That's a pain. Good old util. I've also heavily made use of util in the past. It would be cool having biomes and enemies that only spawn within those biomes once you expand the map. I don't know how that... what you mean. You mean when you dig into the wall? The map is not, it's not like Minecraft. You're only playing the level for like 5 minutes. You're expecting an upgrade. Can I just STD move that shit? Or is that illegal? Yeah, he doesn't like that. Anyway, your registry try get upgrade. I'm about to destroy that. Can I really not just Nah, it probably doesn't want me to do that, huh? That would be a little naughty. Trivially a copyable type. Oh, it's just angry at me because it's trivially copyable. Okay. I guess. Cannot convert from initializer list to add upgrade. I bet you bloody could. You really put your fucking ass into it. Translate utilities to Norse or something. Holy shit. Dude, how many, like, hundreds of thousands of euros would it cost to get a fucking Toho artist to make music for me? And there will be enemies that exist in the void, because I think that would be funny. Yeah. It's not done yet. Interesting. I guess the interactable doesn't have that. Thought you did have it. Guess not. You don't have it? Ah. I don't know what problems could arise from this actually having the upgrade on it, but I like the idea. I'll see what happens. Nah, my game's fucking sick. No, it's ending. No, no. I can't believe this fucking playlist has 2,000 views. Fucking disgrace. Alright, great. Let's work out how to do that outline. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Somewhere in the render actor shader. Because then I can reuse that outline for like the weapon being rare or something. I don't know. Programmers fucking love STD, don't they? Donut, talk to me, bud. I want to draw a outline around my actor. How trivial is that? We used to do it with a font by checking each pixel, and if it was a solid pixel bordering a transparent one, we would replace the transparent pixel with the outline color. So I was thinking we could do that in the shader, but I don't know how silly, if there's even space to pass that stuff in right now. Or if I'd want to use a second shader for it or something. When you dig into the wall, biomes change. What would the purpose of that be, Wesley? And also, I don't have biomes right now as a thing. What would be the goal then? There are a lot of ways. Yeah, I get that, bud. But I was thinking I should start somewhere with having more shaders other than just tint. That's not even, you know, not really too fancy. I'd like to know if you have a good suggestion. Because I was thinking of just doing it in the actor fragment shader. Normally we discard. I'm sure in here I could check to see somehow if there's an algorithm for it, but somewhere in here we can set the output color to, you know, white, whatever. If it's an outline, whatever. But it's how I want to pass that data in with your framework. I don't just have a trivial interface with this fragment shader. I have to go through your model instance in this case, right? Or is there another way for me to pass more data in? Currently I'm kind of using most things, I thought. Maybe I'm not. I'm not using specular or emissive, I guess. But I mean, if I actually want to draw, if I want to write specular and emissive shaders at some point, I might want to keep that available. It would be enemy variety, that's it. Okay. Do you not think that's a lot of work, Wesley, for not much benefit? You're okay with pre-drawing the outlines and the sprites, I guess, but they need to be different colors. I don't want to pre-draw the outline. In this case, I want I want to highlight the object that you're going to pick up with an outline. But likewise, I want to... Generally, being able to add an outline to something is very handy. You know, if it's a rare dagger, it would be cool to have a red outline around it, right? Or a glow, or whatever. This is not about pre-baking stuff. Because this is temporary. This, like, transparent and then full when you go over it. I would like it instead to always look like this, but then when I go near it to have an outline. And obviously I could program that in. That's true, Fire, but also I still don't like that. Did not like that so much at work when people were talking about that. It was very funny. Apparently it's not a thing in Dutch. They don't use that word, so they didn't think much of it. Anywho, regarding the outline thing, it's already a different sprite when you walk over it. No. I'm literally just... Okay, I just do this. I literally just set the tint color. I would like to have more interface than just tint color to interact with it. Do you have a suggestion using your framework that you've created here? Where normally I have to pass in such information. I have this actors to render struct, of course. I could put more data in, but at some point this gets ran into your system, right? We have the model instance. You only learn the non-computing meaning later. Yeah. I think it's a Britishism. I think Donut just doesn't want to be associated with NVIDIA, but TBH, I think it's fine to also just leave the name. The hard part of doing it as shader is knowing if you're on the edge or not. Can you not check the pixel next to you? Here we're checking if you're an alpha. If your alpha is 0.1. I guess that you don't. Oh, hang on. Normally you sample texture coordinates. Can you not just check the coordinate to the left, right, up, or down, and just say if there's a single solid color there? Then yeah, you don't just have to interact with the current pixel, right? Let's say there's only an outline along the top, for an example. To check the bottom is just to say something like, I don't really know how you do that, but this is an example. Let's say, pretend that I write this properly. Something like this. I don't know how to write this, but you get the idea, right? Is white 244, 255, 255, 255, 255? I don't know, but you get the idea, right? I guess if it's putting 0 and 1, is it just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1? This is how you draw a... This is the rough pseudocode, I guess. My issue is mostly how I pass in if I want to have an outline. Obviously, I guess I could just call a different shader. Instead of actor to render, I could have a actor to render the instead of render pass.draw here, I could draw actor shader with outline. That could solve that problem. Because this actors to render struct is something I made. So we could just have a ball or like a color outline, color. Color, do you have a transparent? I don't know, whatever. It's something like this. Let's go with this. Fix some things while we're here. So we have an optional outline color, and then we'd say if actor dot outline color else, and then we can have a different shader. So instead of passing an actor shader, we'd say actor shader with outline. If I have a limitation with your framework that I can't pass in more than whatever model instance provides. Does LibDonut 3 provide a way to pass in more information into a fragment shader? Or is this just how GLSL works? You're just limited to this stuff. Like, if you're drawing stuff with shaders, you always have to, like, take advantage of a pre-existing variable that you're not using. You can't come up with a new one. A new input variable. Because it would be very nice if I could have arbitrary variables. If you want to pass in an extra uniform parameter, you can already do that. How can I do that, Donut? That would be really cool. Because ideally your shaders have as few ifs as possible, right? So if I had my whole actor shader, having one half that's if outline, another half that isn't, it's a little worse than just having two copied shaders, one with the outline logic and one without. Right? Question mark? Or is that an over-optimization? Because I know it's round on every pixel, so I thought it's maybe a time to care. Even if it is usually quite fast. Like, there's no point, if you don't have glowing objects, there's no point running the glowing object fragment stuff, GLSL code. Right? The API for it will change for a bit in 3. Okay. To catch 8, how to expand the quad being drawn by 1 pixel and then scale plus bias the texture coordinates by 1, 2. Switching shaders involves quite a bit of overhead. Yeah? Sorry, just like this. Having render pass.draw this with a shader and render pass this with a different shader. This is overhead? This? Assuming actor shader with outline is just a copy of this. Right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hello. Hey, Eddie. See ya, bud. Thanks for watching. The GPU has to load a whole new pipeline configuration, so sometimes branching is faster. Okay, so in this case, would you suggest... There's a general idea called Uber shaders. I remember Uber shaders as an option for Dolphin, the emulator. It's basically impossible to combine as many shaders as possible, specifically to reduce pipeline switching. That's how GameMaker like forces you to work. They make it a lot easier to just have one mega shader than a bunch of individual ones. So in this case, it is actually better. Oh, hang on, Uber shader is literally just a giant shader. I always thought it was more complicated than that. I guess there's logic to decide how you're doing your branching, but I was also told that it was like, you know, slap on the wrist for using if and stuff in fragment shaders. Maybe it's not as deadly as I thought. Anyway, so let's do these things one at a time. That we can have the one shader. You're saying that there is a way to pass in a uniform, right? I would like to pass in a color for an outline. Ifs are really bad if they're not coherent. Okay. But if it's simply validating the value of a uniform, they're okay? If I say... Well, for example, we do it here to cut out transparent... punch out transparent pixels. This is probably easy enough for the GPU to... I generally find out, at least nowadays. Okay. I guess if I were running this on an old system, it could be a problem, but okay. Moving on then. How, within your framework, can I pass in arbitrary uniforms, like another, you know, like another color, for example? There's a thing called a shader parameter. Is there? Shader time? I'm using this, apparently, to pass in time for the main menu. Oh! Yeah, I see. Oh, this is a little bit of a pain. Set uniform float. Is this how I want to do that? Just do the same thing as that. That's okay? Okay. Am I getting too hungry to think? I'm trying to decide. Because I should have real dinner, but I've also just got like cereal bars lying around. I would like to stream a bit longer today. So I'm gonna go fetch a protein bar. I'll be right back. Couldn't find a protein bar. So I one-shot a banana instead. Good tune. Ahoy! Hey, Drug. How you doing? Okay. I'm experimenting with doing an outline shader on some of my actors. Okay, let me think. So, render actor system header. I'm gonna want a parameter called outline tint, outline color. Is there such thing as a null? Like, I'm wondering how I pass in like no outline. Obviously, I can just decide black or white is unusable, and if you want to actually have black or white, then you pick one. You know, R equals 1, for example. It'd be nice if I could just pass in nothing. Have an alpha channel and check if it's 0. Yeah, that works. That's easy. In fact, I could even not split and just... Oh no, then again, I'm going to assume that the algorithm I'm using to detect if it's an outline or not, if that pixel's an outline or not, is more expensive than an if over transparency. So yeah, that's a good idea. Text examples are expensive, yeah. Okay. So I'm passing in actor shader. I can also just set the tint. What did I call it? Outline. For fuck's sake. This thing. Hey. You're gonna want the actor shader.program, and the name will be outline color. I don't know if it needs to be camel case or what, but just go with this for now, I guess. So usually you set this as a uniform float. I'm guessing that there's going to be a set uniform vec4. Yeah, fine. So coming down here, when we are doing you. Is there a color to vec4? No, I think I've come into this before, haven't I? You can just static cast it in this version. Because you can construct it. Yeah, okay. Let's try it. In which case, I can just default it to a transparent one and save myself a little time. Dereference it. Well, no, you don't want to be optional. That's fine. Aye. Take me here. You're not going to be optional. Your default will be... Do I really not have transparent color? We have transparent black. Can we not have totally transparent? I'll let transparent. Okay. You've written mat 4 instead of vec 4. Oops. Did I? It should be color invisible. Oh yeah. There is. Great, thanks. Yeah, I was surprised that I didn't have that already. Maybe I'm using this already. No, I'm not. Okay. Fine. For set uniform map 4, you should be a uniform vec 4. Okay, so we should have access to a variable now called outline color in our... Oh, this is awesome if we can get this working. It sets so much precedent. So, if we are a transparent pixel, you know, let's minimize the amount of checks we have to do. If outline color is, it should be uniform rather than in. What's the difference between in and uniform? I thought in was input. Can you still modify in? Uniform is like more like a const, and in is like a variable? Question mark? So outline color dot larger than 0.01. Then in here we'll have to do our logic. And what, then we can just return early? Something like that. We just need to work out how to do surrounding pixels. In comes from the vertex shader. Ah, okay. This is the rough idea, at least. So, if I get rid of this crap, this should replace all the transparent pixels with the outline color, which will be nothing. So nothing should change. This should look the same as it did before. Our storytellers. Alright, indeed, this looks the same as it did before. Transparency between actors is working. Just not with the background, I guess. Anywho, let me go to you and you. And normally when we are making things this, what we can do is say... How do I normally do this below? So now we're passing in red. I'm hoping that when you hover over something, it will glow. Every single transparent pixel will be replaced with red. I hope that's the case. It's not. Why is that? Let me check. So outline color is now red. And we come down to here. Outline color is being passed in as red. Are the pixels getting discarded? Maybe. I'm going through this bit by bit. I don't know. I was just expecting to not have that. Let's see. I just want to make sure everything's working. So actor outline color is being passed in here. Okay, let's check the shader again. So the idea was meant to be, if it's a transparent pixel and the outline color exists, then set the output color to the outline color and don't hit the discard. Does return not work? Is return not a thing? Because this should return before we discard or set the color output color to something else, right? It should work. Okay. What I can do as well is get rid of the discarding stuff. So I'm actually not sure what it will draw for transparent stuff. Just a random color, I guess? Yeah. But I should expect that color to be red. So that's where it's going wrong here. You see here it's not cutting out properly. It's funny how it does work, you know? That's fine. So how do I validate you? Is outline color going in correctly? It's a uniform vec4 called outline color. Make sure this is... I can, if I misspell this, does it throw any errors whatsoever? No. So it's possible that there's a problem with how I'm passing in the data. Let's see. Outline color is being spelled like this. I mean, you can reload assets. Oh yeah. What graphics API am I using? Under the hood, this is OpenGL, but I'm using LibDonut to handle such things. Let me think. Are you not allowed to give it a camel case name or something? I thought that was okay. I mean, we're using it here. I would imagine that would be okay. You assume that makes you reload the shaders too? No, it doesn't reload the shaders. It reloads things from Asset Manager. To be honest, maybe we should put the shaders in Asset Manager to match the rest of the program. This stuff's quite old now, to be honest. Camera case is fine, the name can be anything as long as it's a valid identifier. It looks like it's connected okay. We're even passing in red. Is it possible that the static cast isn't working? So I could just try instead passing in 1111 or something. Right? Just to see. Ah. Okay. It's not going red when I'm highlighting something, but it is... I think it's the way that we were translating between color and vec4. It's just not working for some reason. You want to learn Python after Python 1 and C++? That sounds like a great idea. You know what it is? Yeah? What is it? I'm wondering what I'm going to have for dinner later. I need protein. I did gymming yesterday, my legs, and it hurt. I need to recover. I nearly got my legs crushed on the calf raise machine, or whatever. When you do like this, there's like a bar on your legs and you do this. Well, more like that, I guess. I tried adding 5 more kilos to it, and after like 12, I couldn't put it back over the safety bar anymore, and I had to get another guy in the gym to help. And I almost, like, my legs were like crushed under it, and I tried moving one out of the way, and then I realized just before I actually pulled my leg out that if 2 legs can't carry 85 kilos, 1 leg is probably going to carry it a lot worse, and it would probably hurt. So I didn't go through with it. The uniform is global for the program. And since the actual drawing happens in render at the end of the frame, all values except the last one you set will have no effect. What the fuck? Okay, so I can't use this then, don't I? What's the solution? I mean, obviously I can make use of like a different a map for texture or something and pass in something like emissive or specular, but ideally I'd like to still have these available should I want to use emissives and specular. You forgot that's how it works in this version. V3 does it, copy it per draw call. Okay, well if that's... Hang on, let me put some new music on. If that's how that works, then I could just override... Oh, this sounds cool. I could just override specular or emissive for now and then switch it in V3. How about that? Hijack some instance parameter, fine. Let's just do that for now. And then, just write a note and say, in LibDonut v3, we can set uniforms per draw call. So we don't have to hijack this. Okay, let's just go with specular factor for now. Sucks to suck, we move on. Specular color? Wait, how's specular factor? Specular color is multiplied by this value, meaning that a value of 111. Maybe not specular color, maybe emissive factor? Hang on, maybe this doesn't work. In the default... Wait, this is the default shader. I'm not using that. So maybe this is okay? Question mark? It's just past... This is a Vec 3, mind you. It's not a Vec 4. So I can't use transparent either. Oh. I'll just have to say that you can't have a white outline or something then. It's a hassle. Fine. This is the downside of using another framework, I guess. You can always use both. Oh, what? Just use this to mean alpha of the above. I'm not going to do that. We'll just go with this for now. We'll just say that you can't have a white outline. Or a black outline, or pink, or I don't know, who cares. If I were to use lerping somewhere, I guess I would imagine it would look nicer if white or black was transparent. Yeah, let's just go with this for now. It sucks to suck, but I don't want to have to rewrite this in the future if I decide to do another thing this way. Let's just go with specular factor, and we're going to pass in a Vec 3. Whoops. Actor outline color. Actor outline color is going to be a Vec 3. Can't use transparency with LibDonut v2 since I'm overriding specular factor and can't just pass in a Vec 4. Go with all caps. And then, honestly, in here, we shouldn't have to change anything. We're just going to cast it. Well, then again, if I do want to have transparent outlines. What other stuff am I not using? If there were 2 spare variables, maybe I could... Scale, specular, diffuse. Am I using diffuse? I think I am using diffuse. Yeah. I guess that's a normal one. Fine. No transparent outlines for now. That's fine. We have no outlines, so that's still an improvement. We're going to pass it in as specular factor. which I guess is specular exponent or just specular color. Like what is this? Specular factor. What do you become? Where are you used in LibDonut? Check the vertex shader. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm using the default vertex shader. I was kind of hoping that this would show me how it's being passed in. Shader 2D. Spec. Doesn't seem to be used. Maybe it's got a different name? Or it's in a CPP? No. Vector? Vertex? It's just this, right? Or one of these. Is it passed in? The top one. Instance textures quad, right? What am I looking at here? I don't see anything to do with specular. What am I missing? We have vertex coordinates, transformation, offset and scale, tint color. You're setting texture coordinates, you're setting tint color, and you're setting a position. It's a 3D shader, yeah. Oh, shader 3D, I guess. Oh. It's not called shader 3D? What am I using? Hang on, it'll just be in render actor system, right? No? It's however model instance, shader 3D, here we go. I don't know why I couldn't search for that with Control P. Weird. Playing D, skill issue. Maybe I need to rebuild all my indexes again. I guess it's this. So we can see specular factor here. Fragment specular factor. It just says fragment specular factor. But I don't have that in my active frag. Do I? Oh, I do. It's in, I guess, because it comes from the vector, the vertex shader. That's what you were explaining earlier, right? So let's just say if the yeah. R is larger than or equal to 0. Let's just have this working poorly and then make it better, okay? We'll just have it working in some way. I guess it's XYZ, not RGB. We'll have it working in one way or another, and then we'll improve it. So just as a concept. If the fragment specular factor coming in, do I need to cast you as a vec4? Do I need to say output color is I don't know. Vec4, is it like this? Maybe? And then I think I'm passing this in fragment specular shader. I'm doing this already, right? Specular factor. Hello, Abulala. I just prefer not to talk about it. This isn't my job. This is a hobby. 1.0 instead of 1 ideally, but yeah. Okay. Alright, I didn't see an outline quite yet, but that's to be expected, maybe. It will error on WebGL. Oh, okay. TBH, how about I just pass in... I just directly use it. I don't even check the value of specular factor. I just use it. That looks sick. Hey, look, it's red. Alright, so there's something was going amiss there. But I am passing in a color. But my way of checking is not right. Why is that? X, Y, and Z are larger than or equal to 0.01. This isn't true? Red should be R is 1. Oh, I guess or is fine. Yeah, like, yeah. Sorry, I'm being dumb. We just need a single color that's not... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And now you should have a red everywhere. Yeah, okay. I see what you meant earlier about having to expand things a bit. Because the outline currently would be cut off, right? Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, the simple solution is just to draw stuff with a 1 pixel border around it. Or extend the size of the thing by 2 pixels and then offset it by 1. How expensive is that? Just saying that everything is 2 pixels bigger and offset a little bit. In my head, that sounds kind of okay. But maybe I think about that in a moment. Let's get the outline thing working first. You can always just make that one sprite bigger. Oh no, it's not that one sprite, it's anything that I want to highlight with an outline, so I'm not gonna start with that right now. You could argue that having an outline that's larger than the usual tile size of 16 or 8 or 32 is breaking graphical style, but then I would simply stick my tongue out at you and make silly noises. So that answers that one for you, hopefully. I think growing the size of the box by a pixel and then doing it to the side shit seems kind of okay. How would I do that anyway? Is that even easy or not? We have, I guess it might be annoying with how it samples, right? It means in my shader I'd have to make sure I don't sample along an edge. It's slightly annoying but doable. Here's my plan. I pass in the offset and I add 1 and 1. And the size can be 2 pixels higher. And then in my shader, where I'm sampling, I skip sampling, or I discard sampling the real color if it's along that border. That way we don't start sampling other textures from the sheet. But you can still output a color for that. You either output the outline color or a transparent discard. How doable is that? Texture scale. That's texture scale. Where's the size? Transformation, I guess, right? Is it so stupid to say... it's a little annoying, yeah. Then again, like, if I have to squish all my sprites in the game down like another fucking size, I'm gonna end it. 16 by 16 is so little space already. Or 8 by 8, or whatever I end up using for a lot of these things. I want to factor it into the scale, yeah. You know, we do these things because they're a pain in the ass. Scale on the far right. You'll need to factor it into the scale at the far right. Let me think. So, the one after that. Transformation is where it gets put within the screen, but it also includes scale. And I guess skew, but we're not doing skew. Translate is really the part I care for. Can I simply wrap this all in a bracket and just translate it down and to the left by a pixel? Or in fact, just, you know, when I pass it in here for the scale, I can't, for the transformation, I can't just do minus vec2, or, you know, minus vec2 1 1, or whatever. Question mark? Might be able to just change that to scale times sprite size plus. Ah, that's smart. This bit. I guess I can try it. Hang on, let me commit first, because this is going to be a pain in the ass. Highlightable things. I'm just going to commit all that and shove on with my life. Let's try that. Because now... Wow, the scale is bigger. We still need to translate it down and to the left, right? I mean, I can just run and see how this looks, right? I can certainly try that. I'm imagining this just draws an extra 2 pixels up and to the right, and if it does, then that's not... What did you just kicked it? Where's it going? Don't do that. I'll be honest, I think it looks a little bigger. Right? Or am I losing my mind? I feel like it just got a little bigger. Yeah, because you haven't fixed the texture coordinates yet. Oh, that makes sense. Size and atlas. Everything is 2 pixels bigger now, yeah. Get sprite position and size in atlas. So... the left side also multiply in a translation matrix of maths translate act to scale. To the left of the scale, multiply in a translation matrix of... Why is that? What does that do? Like that? Oh, is it just translating? Sorry, maths translate is definitely a thing, isn't it? Oh, translate vec3. You'd be a translate vec2. I guess I named them. It's translate 1, except taking scale into account. But, so you're translating it down and to the left by a whole actor scale? Why, sorry, why this and not translate -1, -1? I guess I was wondering how you would do that with scale. Oh, I can't use vector. Oh wait, hang on, actor scale. I just do translate vec3 and then construct, because 1 pixel will be actor.scale big. Interesting. Multiplying it by 1 and the Z should be fine, right? Zero since it's adding. Oh, it's not multiplication? Even though we're doing multiplication? I guess we're multiplying by the result of whatever the translate function is. Fine. You say so? It looks the same. I'm guessing it's still 2 pixels bigger. I can't really tell. No, I think the texture scale looks... I can't tell. You can use a regular vec2 but wrap it in a map 4 like the others do. Oh, that's good. I can do that then. That just fills out the matrix for us with zeros, I guess. Fine. Okay, I still need to fix the texture scale. So, position in Atlas needs to have... It needs to be up and to the right by 1, right? And size in Atlas needs to take into account... Well, that's probably fine, right, actually? It says, is it not simply... Question mark? That's just my benign guess. My, not benign, what's the word? Stupid guess. I can't think of the word. The word when you don't really know what you're doing. Oh, look! He's sticking out the top. That's obviously not done it properly. The scale needs to change too. Does it? -2 pixels. Okay. For scale, right? Yeah. Yeah, if the scale is 2, the position is 1. The offset should be +1. Yeah? I've gotten so big. Interesting. I thought if we were increasing the size of it to add an outline, then you move to the left, bottom left, and then you add 2 pixels to the top right. The scale is still off, clearly. Maybe the scale needs to be minus? I seem to have lost some sprite size. If I'm -1 and +2... They seem to have gotten so big. Oh, this looks better. I just need to... Oh no, I think this is it. I think this is it. The dancing pixels is fine. That's something we need to fix in the fragment shader. As I explained earlier, we just need to not draw the edges. This is really cool. Thanks, Donut. I hope the positions are correct. I don't really know how I'd validate that. Interesting how they're dancing. I'm guessing that the thing next to it is animated. They're squished together in the atlas, right? Some atlases will simply add like a big space between sprites, of course, but... Oh, that looks so cool, dude! Look at it! Wow. I love seeing my easing in like a different light. So pretty. What do you mean custom engine? I mean it's a custom engine. It's not a pre-existing engine. Okay, so if it's transparent, or we need to somehow tell if the coordinate is x is 0, y is 0, or height or width. Fragment texture coordinates? Is that it? I don't know, but I'm going to write just something for now. I don't know how I get texture width, so I'm just going to write that in plain English for now. I can add like new lines. Is there a plugin for GLSL? I think I'm already using one, right? You don't have auto-linting though. Thank you, Elsai Congru. Is that a Steins Gate, or is it something else? Hello. I thought maybe there'd be like an auto format. Maybe there is. It is nice. I love that you know that. I liked Steins Gate. I haven't watched it in a very long time. A really good show there. I never played the visual novel though. Pretty sure you can have new lines in this, right? This will be chill. Texture coordinates will be somewhere inside the whole atlas. Oh. Maybe sampled diffuse? You're a Vec 4? Yeah, it won't be as easy. Yeah. We just need to get the number. That is a pain in the ass. TBH, just adding a single pixel between everything in the atlas. That would be nice. Are you working on any projects? I guess. We have fragment position. You know, the atlas already had padding. It doesn't seem to. Is there a way to add padding? Because then that would solve my problem. I don't need the space that much. I could just add like 1 pixel or 2 pixel gap between everything. Not between frames because they're within the same sprite. Yeah, maybe. I don't know about. I don't know. Okay, well, let me think. Fragment position. We have the vertex. Is that useful? No, because that's related to like the screen, right? Really, it would be the fragment data. You put them next to each other in A sprite. Yes. Yes, that's an A sprite thing. Yeah. It's the image that I'm putting into your thing. Well, when I make a sub-sprite, I read through each piece one at a time and then add it in. So, you know. The way I form it in A sprite doesn't really matter. It's still, at the end of the day, the way I'm plugging it into the sequence. Anyway, I'm just going to Google this. GLSL fragment shader work out where in texture you are coordinate. Google thinks I'm a bot. Pig. Maybe there's just a fucking documentation on this. GLSL1 passing texture coordinates from vertex shader. UVs? I don't know. You're more into full stack web dev and mobile apps. When you say mobile apps, do you mean native or like one of the React style things? I'm working on a messages app that translate messages to their preferred language. That's neat. Cool. Some sprites are just fused into the existing sprite. Yeah. There should be a way to get a texture coordinate somehow, surely. You have to know where in the atlas the current sprite's bottom left is, yeah. React Native. Oh, okay. I used to do native mobile dev, so I did a lot of like Android and iOS. I haven't done React. World coordinate in fragment shader? No. Hijack the emissive factor for that? I just thought there should be a way to get the UVs or something, right? Like if I'm drawing 0, 0 or 1, 1, then I know I'm along the bottom or the top right, but maybe that's not how... I thought that's how this worked, I'll be honest. Because you can in shaders you can like draw a gradient between UVs, right? What we already have are the UVs. Yeah? Maybe this is fine then? Because you know what I mean, right? If you're drawing like your basic Hello World style shader, where you say lerp between 0 and 1 and draw like red and green, and then you get like this cool gradient going across. That goes from 0 to 1, right? So surely I can already just check. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna plug this in and just see what we get. To be honest, let's see. I'm curious, at least, to see if this does anything. Obviously, it's not done diddly shit. It was worth looking at least. Fragment texture coordinates. The trouble comes from the fact that the textures being sampled isn't the sprite's own, it's the whole atlas. Yeah, but the fragment here has no concept of how big the frame that it's drawing to is. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, fine. We can override emissive factor and just pass it in. I just didn't want to duplicate data if it was already available, you know. I can just say dot. Oh, hang on a moment. We do pass in texture, offset, and scale. Is that not available? Because texture, offset, and scale are what we're talking about. You just have to minus this stuff again. I mean, yeah, you know, I could just do emissive color is size in atlas or something. I don't know if that's quite right. Emissive factor, sure. Maybe it already has them. That's what I was thinking. Is it... The vector shader is explicitly about what, like, where things are being drawn. It's like the... If you have a rectangle or a triangle, it's related to those points. And so you can skew and morph and translate. There's no way to say, don't apply a texture to this sliver. That's not a thing. Question mark? Because you... How does it work? Something is calling the vertex and then the fragment shader? Or does the vertex shader call the fragment shader on itself? Question for the smarties out there. You could make a custom vertex shader that adds 2 output variables for them that just pass them along without multiplying them with the current vertex. It would just be a case of copying this in, right? We could do this. I mean, I could... when are you bloody releasing your framework? It's just passing it directly into the fragment shader is also okay. As an extra variable, I kind of don't care. I can't imagine the performance impact is that different. Maybe. Ooh. It's a pipeline. Vertex runs first, and the rasterizer goes through each pixel to be called and fills the fragment shader with it from the vertex shader for each pixel. Okay, so there's... It's not the case, because if it was being drawn... If the vertex shader was calling the fragment shader, because then you could have a conditional, and I could perform this... Oh, then again, no, that wouldn't work, because I want to be able to draw an outline on that outer border, so whatever. Whatever. Okay. Let's try that then, I guess. How does this work? Is it out? I would just simply make a new out, which is called, like, fragment sprite size or something. Something like that. Sprite position, sprite pixel. Ideally, you'd want to know the offset within the you want to know where within the whole atlas it is, and then the size of the thing, the sprite. Scale and offset. Using that information. Oh, like, would offset be the offset of the bottom left pixel, maybe? Offset and scale as a vec4. That's an interesting idea. We just need to not multiply it by the vertex texture coordinates. I mean, vertex texture coordinates is not in... Yeah, we don't have that. Okay. Okay, let's just copy this then. We've got actor.frag, let's have actor.vert. We've already got menu.vert. Yeah, you can undo that. Actor.vert is going to be this. I think. So this is currently identical to yours. Let me go to you, and you need to have a actor shader. You can have actor frag shader and actor vert shader. Whoops. Frag shader and vert shader. All the way up here. Actor shader. Oh wait. Hang on, I'm dumb. That's not correct. Shader 3D represents both. Yeah. This is easier than I thought. I actually just need to do this. This can be actor dot, but easy enough, right? I love that you just chuck it in as raw source code. That's cool. Okay. Still annoying that you text alpha blending doesn't really seem to work with the background. Whatever. Shader pipeline. Okay. Very cool. So let me think. This, if I just hit F5, did I change something? Oh, I did. Hang on. Just want to make sure this was still looking as it did before. Aren't you all one? Should be okay. It's one of those things, it's like, this is a huge pain to set up once, but then once it's there, it saves me the effort of having to draw a bunch of sprites again, ever. So, okay, this looks the same. So if I go into my actor vert, we can have a out called texture offset and scale, vec4. Let's just call it fragment texture offset and scale. This can be just passed straight through, I guess. Failed to spawn gslang validator.exe. Awesome. That should be fine. I'm slowly learning. Emphasis on slowly. It's in because it's coming from the vertex shader. So we have it here. Good start. I just need a little bit of... Can you have functions, right? You can have like a ball is border pixel or something, right? So I can just say is border pixel. Although a function's bad. Like, are those expensive? Or does it get inline for me? Can I say inline and it'll shove it in or something? They should just be inlined. Okay, perfect. Just to clean things up a little bit, right? Okay, is border pixel, we can say... Fucking hell. We have offset and scale. Don't have actual functions with a call stack. Yeah, call stack, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so, yeah, they're very, very... I don't want to say basic machines, but you just feed them instructions, like Python. Like, what do you say? It's very interpreted, right? GPU stuff. It's like real-time interpreted work. Anyway, that's my understanding. It might be wrong. Here I have an offset and scale. What can I do with that? Offset is where I am. So I can say, if the fragment texture coordinates.x is equal to the fragment texture offset and scale.x, then that means we're on the bottom left, I think. Maybe? We got these two? And then what is scale? Is scale 0 to 1? Or scale the number of pixels? Equals with floats is a little dodgy. Okay, let's just get the pseudo first. I'm sure there's a nice function to handle that properly, but I just want to get the basic logic there. Because I think this is right? If the offset... I'm guessing the offset is the offset for the entire vertex. It's for the entire thing we're drawing, because this comes from the vertex shader, right? Vertex shader's around just once, right? It's not per pixel. Right? Question mark? So the offset should just be the offset that the vertex has. So the offset is here. Even if the fragment shader is drawing any of these... Yeah, yes, Donut, we can do that. You're ignoring what I'm saying. That's good. We can use larger than equal to than 0.01 or whatever. That's fine. I understand. I get it. Floats aren't equal to 0, usually. That's fine. Move on. We can do one minus the other, or... Who cares? I'm trying to understand how this works. The offset here should just be once per the entire sprite that's being drawn, right? So even if we're drawing any of these particular pixels with the fragment shader, the offset should still just be this here. So if the x is equal to the offset, then we're on the left strip. If it's equal to the offset on y, it's down here. And then if it's equal to offset plus scale, then it's here. Is the scale 0 to 1, or is the scale the number of pixels? Hello, Eric. Thank you. I will. It's a fun hobby for me. Okay. That's my understanding, at least. From SoCal, hello. Is it... What's the weather like over there right now? It's been absolutely baking in Europe. You can start by subtracting the offset and dividing by scale, which will give you the 0 to 1 range. Subtracting the offset and dividing by scale. Why dividing by... hang on. 85 to 90. That's pretty hot. How are you, SCS? Are you working on any projects yourself? Let me think for a second. Subtract. So I guess the fragment texture coordinates is where within the entire atlas I am. So if I take that and I minus the offset, then we move it down to the bottom left, basically. It's the opposite of the multiply then add that the vertex shader does for the UVs. Okay. Does Discord have a rundown on your project so you can catch up? No, not really. I mean, you can skim through it. You can like scroll through. I've got a channel, but it's not updated that often. There's not really an overview of the project, I'll be honest. It's been like 6 years, on and off, mind you, but it started in COVID. The only overview you could really have is to scroll through the playlists on my alt channel and this one, but that would take a while. As soon as I've got this working, I can show you a bit more. I keep meaning to do like some sort of devlog or update at some point that I can just point people at and say this is what I'm doing. But that'll take a lot of work, so I haven't gotten around to it yet. We're still doing engine work, yeah. I mean, it's basically, I want to get as much done in the engine first before getting into like content creation mode. Like once everything's in place, yeah, we can add like, you know, weapons and upgrades and enemies and levels and bosses and blah 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 blah. But we need those systems in place. And I mean, I'm working on somewhat fluff right now. I'm adding an outline to things. Currently, normally the sprites for actors are just drawn. I'd like to be able to outline it. Handy if you're walking over something and you want to see if it's the item that you're going to pick up when you press E or whatever. And that's relatively fluff, so we're at least far along in the line that I'm doing this. My big goal for right now is to make a vertical slice. I'd at least like to get level 1 done and dusted. Then I could make a little devlog and then see what engine work's needed. Anyway, so let me think. Let's say back to, I'm just going to say position. I don't think that's taken, is it? So we want to take scale.x minus our current x. And that's going to be the x, and then the y can be the same. And then you said I need to divide by scale, right? You can do .xy, you smarty. Yeah, I think someone told me about that before. It might have been you. That's handy. I remembered GLSL having some really nice shorthands for certain things. Okay, let's see. So, dividing by the scale. The scale's normally 1, I suppose. So this usually won't do much, but if the scale is 2, then I guess we're moving ourselves down here and then compacting it within, or normalizing it, I suppose. Because otherwise we'd be drawing, if something was scaled up by 2, the outline would be drawn like such. Scale represents the sprite size. So this, so the scale is in pixels in this case then, right? So if the sprite is 16 by 16, the scale is 16 and 16, right? Because I was asking that earlier, and then I missed it, I guess. Okay, no, divide by scale. Can I just divide this whole thing by the scale? Do I have that in here? Offset and scale. I guess it's dot ZW? Is it ZW? XYZW? It's normalized to the atlas's size, so not quite pixels. Okay. But it's fine. Okay. Will this work? This gives us a position, and then I can simply say if the position dot x, dot x. I do dot xy. Let's just do it simply first. Less than or equal to 0.01. Or it's larger than equal to this minus 1? No, minus 0.01. It's not quite right, is it? 1.01, maybe? You can get the size of a pixel by doing 1 divided by texture size diffuse map. Okay. I don't know if I need that right now, but that is good intel. Texture size diffuse map. Okay. Is this logic correct? Less than or equal to 0.1 means it's along the bottom left and the right border. Sorry, the bottom and the left border. If we have the scale.zw, assuming that is the x and y of the sprite size, We subtract 1.01, or maybe... So I'm assuming pixel.x is the bottom left. I mean, maybe paint is easier to draw. Sorry for the white flashbang. I want to detect this edge. This stuff is x is 0, this is y equals 0. This stuff here needs to be the sprite size, so this is the scale. So if we subtract 1 and a little bit, and we say that it's larger than that, then it's on the border, right? Hey, Mac. Sorry for the flashbang. The inside should be larger than equal to 0 and less than 1. Oh, I guess I can just do the opposite, right? I can just say if position is larger than equal to 0 or less than 1. So wait, hang on. Is the edge pixel actually going to be at 1? You think the position will be at 1, not scale minus size of pixel? Question mark? I didn't think it would actually be 1. Or is it rounded? So it's the closest pixel to 1, so it becomes 1. Because in which case then I can do return position is larger than equal to 0 and position less than 1. Like I can do that. That's simple enough. Assuming that is correct. What are we fixing? Oops. I'm adding an outline to sprites when they're ready to be picked up, and it's just generally nice to be able to have an outline around things. Since we've scaled the coordinates a bit weirdly at the call site, you're not sure. Yeah, I guess fair. I was getting a compiler error. Why? Why making a custom engine? It's fun. Error at memory location. Am I ever going to be able to pass this crash log? All greater than equal to... Why that? There's no way to pass this error, right? Why all greater than equal to instead of what I've done here? Is this illegal? The specific project in mind is the project. The engine is being made for the project. Because position is a vector. Ah, bugger, you're right. I don't know, I guess I just thought that you could... I guess you could also say vec2... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sorry, I'm being dumb. Because before I was doing x and y, but fine. Fine. These are fancy functions, huh? Greater than equal to? How fancy. Oh, I guess you should pass in this thing instead, like that. E. What have I done here? Oh, whoops. Something like that. Hang on a moment. You should be left one. Less than, yeah. Are you trying to arbitrarily draw outlines around any given sprite? Yeah, so I haven't written the detection yet to check. That's to be done. My suspicion is that I'll just do it by just saying, is the pixel bordering you on a orthographic view? I don't know if that's the right way to say it. North, south, east, west. If that's within the sprite and it's not transparent, then draw the outline color. When developing with a custom engine, do you make the whole project and then the game, or do you do simultaneously? It's all simultaneous. It's I'm doing everything bit by bit. It's very iterative. the game needs a rocket launcher, so then I realised, oh, I need to build the parts of an engine to support having destructible blocks and a weapon to hold and a sprite that you draw and particles, and all of those are engine work, but it's all being driven by work for the game. Anyway, this isn't compiling. Can I just return true and see if this is where it's crashing? Okay, that is where it's crashing. Something's wrong with this then. Position is a vec2. We're passing in all greater than or equal to position greater than or equal to 0, less than position 1.0. That looks normal, doesn't it? Let me just clean this up a little bit. Try vec2. Yeah, I guess I can do that. That's a good idea. I guess this is what we'd have to do in C++. Alright, nice. Alright, it's not quite working yet, but it's not crashing. And we saw earlier that we can stop it from drawing. So if I just make this 0.5 and make this 0.5 or 0.25 and 0.7, whatever, just something to see a difference. We'll see if there's actually cuts in. You're not calling the function. I am. Right here. Interesting. I'm just going to give it something that won't pass. This should draw nothing. It does draw something. Hang on a minute. The game looks fun. Thank you. I'm hoping it will be. I've been enjoying it. Sometimes I get distracted playing it. Okay, this is weird. This should be drawing nothing. This currently is non-border pixel though. Oh, this should be the opposite. You know what? Is internal. Is inside pixel. Solves that, huh? Probably a good sign. Yeah. This should draw nothing now. Indeed, it doesn't. Great. So if I set you back to 0 and 1. Good catch. You're absolutely right. Good catch. I missed that. Alright, this is fucked. Oh. Nice. That's the red outline, by the way. There's a gun on the floor, apparently. Apparently I killed something with a rocket launcher. Alright, interesting that... Well, GPT. My boss and I were complaining about robots the other day. And I was like taking the piss and saying like, you're absolutely right, that's such a good idea. We're talking about like how the sycophantic nature is really problematic with non-technical people because they can't differentiate between confidence and correctness. That's very frustrating as a developer to see that, especially when these are the people making the decisions. But I was saying like, oh yeah, you're absolutely right. That's so true. It's so correct. But I feel like he didn't catch on with the fact that I was taking the piss out of the sycophantic nature of ChatGPT. He probably just thought I was, bigging him up, which is very funny. Oh well. Anyway, let's change it to 0.2 and less than 0.8. I kind of want this to just draw the middle chunk. It's drawing nothing. I wish there was a way to print this off or to somehow debug this. Because I want to know what position is. You know? Greater than or equal to 0.2 or less than position. Hello, Pyrium. How about this? We just try and draw the bottom left. If I just say that it's greater than 0. Let's just say greater than 1. The Dutch are on sarcasm. Yeah, they're not so big on it. This is drawing nothing. And now you're drawing something? No. This is odd. Hang on. Greater than or equal to 0 means inside pixel. This should be everything. everything should... This should be true all the time. Right? Is it the other way around? This is odd. If I just return true, for example, this should draw everything, right? Oops. And indeed, it does draw everything. And if I make this false, this should draw... Come on now. This should draw nothing, right? Indeed. So there is something we can do here. All greater than equal to is position is everything within position greater than or equal to 0.0. This should return true. If I send in minus 9999999 or something, this should draw everything. It does. How about -1? Are things not centered around 0? This is drawing everything. Okay. How about -0.1? 0 should be the bottom left, yeah. So why is like greater than 0 not working? This is drawing nothing. -0.5. Remember that this is based on... Yeah, look at this. -0.5 is just drawing the bottom left. So I have a feeling that maybe it's actually offset by like... the center is offset by half somehow. You see this? So in this case, we've said all is greater than or equal to -0.5. So I think the sprite's offset, or the origin or whatever, is taking into account here. I'm going to move this to the top left. No, maybe not. I'm just going to move the fragment to the other side. Is and inside pixel correct? Let's check. This is correct. You're trying to follow the logic. So, if the current pixel is transparent, or we are in a bordering pixel, then discard. Let's just stick there. What is it I'm trying to do? I'm trying to detect if the current pixel we want to draw is within the center of the sprite, because we have now expanded all sprites by 1 pixel on the bottom left and the top right, so we always have space to draw an outline. It seems to me that we are now saying, if we say the pixel's position is greater than or equal to -0.5, then it draws it. So I think that the sprite, the bot 0 isn't the middle. The minus is backwards. The minus is backwards. The minus is backwards. How would you draw a minus the other way around? Hello, Memorum. Before the divide. Yes, correct. Because the coordinates will always be larger than the offset, I suppose. Or equal to 0. I know, don't I? I'm taking the piss. Alright, let's see. I don't know if it's worth the time to add a... Okay, look, yeah. This is fucking lovely. Alright, so let's try 0.0 and this and see. I think I did see the pixeling, the little wobbling, so let's see. Indeed, it is drawing some of the stuff on the border, so if I say greater than or equal to 0.01 or something. 0.09. Oh, you know, let's even try and cut off a big chunk and just see if this roughly works, then we can work with that. And look, yeah, look, it's just drawing the middle pixels now with a slight weirdness. Donut does packing in the sense that these sprites are all laid within a an atlas. That's handled by the library. When I load in a new texture, I pop it into the atlas. He's got the function for that. The sprite packer, I think, just shoves everything together in a massive PNG, right? I think you can see it. You can access it in the game. It's in memory somewhere. It's just the atlas, right? Atlas texture, I guess. Anyway, now we're just drawing the internal pixels. We need to make sure... I think we actually do need to take into account the size of a pixel. Because the scale of the screen right now is like 3 or 4 times, right? So 1 pixel you're seeing is actually like 4 pixels. So I think what I need to do is decide how big a pixel is, and then which could be passed in as a variable to avoid having to recalculate it every time, but for now we could just recalculate it every time. Because then you just want to say less than 1 minus pixel size or something, plus a buffer. Does that sound sensible? That's why you mentioned it earlier. Yeah. But we wanted to see if this would just work. But I can scroll up. Look, you can get the size of the pixel. Vec2 pixel. Whoops. Pixel size is, what did you say? 1 divided by Vec2, and then you get the texture size. However I want to do that. And then you pass in the diffuse map. And 0. XY? Texture size in this case is, you'd have to apply it before the subtract and scale. Hang on a minute. Pixel size will be normalized, coordinate space of the atlas. Okay. Let me think. Texture size, sorry, I need to fetch this properly. In this case, is that fragment texture offset and scale .xy? Oh wait, texture size, is this just a function? This is a GLSL function? Divided by... Is this 1 divided by the size of the diffuse map? It is. God, it's so hard to tell. Okay. Thanks. Hello, Zaka. Okay. So 1 divided by the size of the entire diffuse map in this case, which I suppose is the size of the atlas. Atlas's diffuse map here. Okay. So I've got a pixel. But you're saying that I can't say all is greater than pixel size instead of vec2 pixel size. Ideally, I would have wanted to say less than you know, texture offset. Texture offset and scale dot ZW minus pixel size, or something like that. Like that's the idea I'm going with, but you're saying I might need to think about the order that I'm doing this stuff in. Right? That works if you just don't divide this bit. Yeah, because I don't actually care about the normalized between 0 and 1 thing. I'd actually rather work within pixel size space to differentiate between pixels. Because in this case, the literal pixel around the border is the bit I care about. Okay, let's see. Greater than or equal to pixel size. Let's see. I wonder if the outside pixel will be a little small. Oh, looks normal. And there's no pink. Because I got rid of that? Yes, okay. So, we're getting somewhere. Now we're going to say... draw the outline. And look! The outline is 1 pixel wider than the actual sprite is perfectly flush to the border. So, this has taken us now like 2 hours, but we now have extended the size of a sprite by 1. Would you look at that? Why would you look at that? Engineer voice. Kapow. Kapow. Alright, all I need to do now is detect if it's a lad that we care about. Let me think. No, let's put it in a function. Ball. Do you have to use masks to get that to be a nice outline? I'm gonna write a algorithm for it, which may be expensive. I don't, because texture sampling is expensive. But I was basically just gonna say, should draw outline. Return true. Let's just say that. If should draw outline and all of this crap. Like if this is crappy. So should draw outline. This should ideally say is the current pixel's neighbor, is at least one of them a solid color? Under the assumption that this is only being called on a transparent pixel. So we're on a transparent pixel. It could be along that border. That's fine. That's what we made the border for. It's a transparent pixel. If I were to copy, I know not the best idea, but if I were to just copy this and say return this, for example, pixel size times 3. You'll hopefully what I'm going to see what I mean in just a second. This should only draw that red border. Oh, it's not quite written correctly. It should only draw it around, like, shuffled up a bit. That's the idea. Let's see. Oh, you are a function, so you need to be called like that. Alright, so this should only have the red function. Oh, look, it's offset. So that's the vague idea. You can have an algorithm to say, in this particular case, make it red. Okay? But obviously, instead of this, we need something else. I'm thinking maybe passing in pixel size and position elsewhere might be handy. I think you can just pass in variables, right? I'm guessing. I'm assuming. Because then I can reuse them like so. If this is getting inlined anyway, I should expect this to work. Fingers crossed. And indeed. So, you can do something like texture, diffuse map fragment minus pixel size .w. So that would check for the alpha of the bottom left neighbor, I guess. Is it easy enough to sample the friends? Be one down to the left. Okay. So we texture here. Does that construct a new texture? That does seem expensive. Is that the only way to do sampling? You don't want to check the diagonals. In this case, no. I just want to check the north, south, east, west. But that's fine. That's just a detail. Let's just check the southern border in this case. Texture is just the texture sampling function. Okay. The diffuse map is the atlas. We're checking for the fragment texture coordinates. And we are going to check for the neighbor at 0 and pixel. Obviously, we'll need some logic to make sure we aren't sampling a sprite underneath. That's to be handled. We could maybe even call is inside pixel within with that, you know, with that new position. Moving on. And then we have dot transparency larger than or equal to 0.01. So, if the lad directly south of you is not transparent, you can draw an outline. It's crashed. Why is it crashed? You are a vec2. We're negating a pixel. Oh, pixel size.y. Got it. You can get it if you disable break on throw. Antoni? I hope I don't forget that. Hang on a moment. Good draw outline has no return statement. Oh my fucking god. That's beautiful. Thanks, Dana. That's good to know. So we should just see... there should be a red border just from above. Yo! Kind of works. It's not perfect. It's clearly not quite perfect. I think it's offset like a little bit. Let's bang in. Let's complete it for all the neighbors. Very cool. And then we'll write a better function in a moment. So we're gonna do minus pixel size dot x 0.0, and then I'll replace these two, and we'll do plus. We'll need to slightly add a little buffer, so we're not doing exactly 1 pixel size. We want to do like plus half a pixel size. In fact, we could do that. Vec2 half pixel size is pixel size divided by 2. And then we can use that instead. That should help a little bit. Remember, we're still probably sampling stuff outside of the current sprite space. This isn't okay. You need a thing here, I guess. Do you set up different game modes when testing so you don't have to worry about taking damage? Oh yeah, I've just got a god mode all, so I can, not so I don't take damage. You know, if I turn this on, I'll get killed when I shoot myself. I can also turn on the enemy's guns. You know, give them a second. But this gets annoying, huh? So I have that turned off. I have a lot of really nice functions for this sort of thing. I can spawn in guns, I can give myself XP, I can make myself move really quickly. You make those yourself. Oh, this is all myself. Yes. Dude, look at it. It's got an outline. I don't think it's perfect yet, but it's almost there. It's a little funny, but I think we need to take into account scale somewhat. But this is sick. You can see here how it's drawing from the neighbor. You see that? If I make this bigger. In this case, I think it's sampling the sprite to the right, so that's something we can just quickly fix. But you see this... Oh, the GUI is imGUI. I didn't make the overlay. That is imGUI, sorry, if that's what you meant. I don't know if you can really see on stream, but you can kind of see how it's sampling at this sort of... the custom game modes. Oh yeah, that's just the game. That's just the work I'm doing. Have a look in the description, Austin. Blocker. Do you see how the outline is sampled in this sort of stair-step fashion? We need to think about that. I think that's currently the problem because I just made it sample at half. Half sprite size, and I guess really in the pixel sampler it's actually not drawing the whole pixel, it's drawing pixels on my screen, if that makes sense. The pixel size on my screen does not relate to the pixel size in the game. That's fixable. Maybe 0.9 will do. I mean, I'll break in like certain scales, I guess. I just control Z in OBS. Yes, sick. Alright, let's fix that first. Instead of half pixel size, let's call it buffer pixel size. And it can just be pixel size multiplied by 0.0, what, 0.99 or something. That should help with the stair stepping. And it does. You sure it shouldn't just be pixel size? Yep, because that's what we did before. Let me show you. I think this is just floating point errors. But it wasn't quite perfect. It sometimes seemed to draw... Although maybe... I was seeing this artifact here where it's drawing the square, but maybe I was misreading that? Hang on, let me get some weapons on the floor. I thought I was seeing it filling in an L shape sometimes, just because of a rounding error, and I think scaling it down by just a tiny bit should help with that. As long as the game isn't being played on 15K or something, which, you know, if people are still playing this game in 2050, I'll be pretty happy. I can leave it for now until it starts causing problems, I guess. I don't know if this is a massive issue. Anyway, we need to make sure that the... Switch to using texel fetch for this shader... Yeah? Oops. It samples with integer coordinates, so you can do +1 and -1. That's handy. Is that... Instead of... Instead of texture? Is that what you're saying? Why did the border pixels at the edge dance around? Because it's just sampling what's to the side of it in the atlas. So the atlas has every single sprite in the game in it. So when you're sampling to the left, it's just sampling a random, well, random other texture, and that one could be solid. So we need to... in here, I also need to check if the neighbor is in the sprite, but that's something I can do. I just haven't gotten there yet. Now, hang on. Texel fetch, you're saying, right? But texel fetch, then I don't need to worry about pixel size? Or I still need to use pixel... Oh, no, it's just integer, is what you're saying. You'll have to scale fragment texture coordinates by the atlas size to convert them to pixel space. You'll have to scale coordinates by the atlas size to convert them to pixel space. The same way that I'm doing to get pixel size, I guess. What is atlas? It's a big collection of all the sprites in one image. If that makes sense. So you can have your one sprite, or you can have all your sprites packed together into one big texture, which then you feed into the GPU. It's a lot more efficient. Yeah. Atlas size is vec2, blah, 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 blah. Hang on, my music ended. Let's put on Yu up here. Can you learn shaders with C++? Do you have to learn GLSL? I don't know. There's probably wrappers for GLSL written in C++, but TBH, it's another thing to learn, right? Surely you can learn this. I don't know. You'd have to look into it. I'm just choosing to learn the language. It's usually a good thing to have more skills. But if you're really if this looks too intimidating, then yeah, let's see if you can find something. Texel that should be like this. Scale texture coordinates. So we'd want scaled fragment texture coordinates. Do I have atlas size already? Texture size, diffuse map. I thought I was using that somewhere. Oh. It's the same thing I'm using here, right? This is atlas size, right? This is the atlas size. Pixel size is 1 divided by that. So maybe I don't need this? Oh, sorry, I read your comment, but I didn't speak it. Make the thickness of the border a function of the area of the sprite. That way small sprites don't look like they're mostly border. I could make it a scalable factor, but right now I'm really limited on input variables into this shader. So to keep things simple, I'm just writing a 1 pixel sized border for now. If I wanted to change that, then I'd also have to change the scaling we're doing when we're inputting the sprite as well, because we shuffle it and then increase the size a bit to make that border. It would all be doable, but for now, let's just get this working. Godot OpenGL are basically C++ for GPUs, and there are other modern alternatives, but it's complicated to set up if your only goal is graphics. Yeah, I mean, GLSL, I still don't know it. I'm asking lots of basic questions, but it's not. There's not that much you can. Like the basic language set of GLSL is pretty small. You could probably print out a reference sheet on a piece of A4. It's what you do with that is the complicated part. It's all the maths that you can do with all of these functions, but there's probably I don't know, 50 functions. I'm making this up, but you could memorize GLSL, I imagine, if you were a big techno nerd. I'm mostly annoyed because I don't really have a linter that works. If your compiler was telling you what's going wrong, it would be a lot easier to deal with, I suppose. Anyway. Let's have scaled fragment texture coords is atlas size. Scaled this by atlas size, right? And let's just put this in the outline, so it's the only place I care about it right now. You need to have atlas size passed in. No, you don't. Yes, you do. So you just call them pixel coordinates. Sure. Should I then use that here as well? Question mark. I'm always so worried about floating point errors with this stuff. Maybe I'm overthinking. I've just seen so many really thin lines everywhere. It annoys me. We can call it pixel coordinates. Let's see. And then I don't have to keep pixel size lying around. Okay. So instead of buffered pixel size, what was I on? This can just be 1. Pass to IVEC2 right away as well. Oh yeah. And then this doesn't need to be floaty stuff. That's what we call it in the industry. Gorgeous. Okay, is inside pixel then can take. You don't need pixel size. You just need position and atlas size. You too, buddy. That's sort of pixel size. You want to be 1, and you want to be 1. Oh cock! I'd have to. Position needs to be in The conversion isn't implicit, so you have to add IVEC2 around the expression. What? What conversion? Does texel fetch not give you an integer? Because this is an IVEC. This is an IVEC. IVEC2 pixel coordinates. What? Really? Oh. Would this just crash? Or what? Okay. Fine. Fine. It wouldn't compile. Okay. So position, we can actually say position in pixels. And instead of passing in fragment... Am I stupid? Oh wait, hang on. Maybe not. Fragment texture coordinates. Oh, I'm losing my mind. Oh, I've lost it. I've lost my train of thought. I need to scale you. Your position needs to be an IVEC2. Atlas size, I guess, is a vec2. Do I have a recommendation on the first thing to learn if you want to get into game dev? I'd just say having a good attitude to it and understand that you might struggle at some things, but if you're already working in software, you know that. Just understand that there might be a lot more to learn that's annoying. There's a lot of like little picky things with game development, little annoyances that you don't maybe have to worry about normally. You're stuck on your thing. You have to use Monte Carlo or something to find the area of the sprite? What do you mean, sorry? Oh, you're talking about making the outline scale. Because remember that while the game may be drawn at a larger scale, internally it's running in a very small resolution, so I'd only like the game to run in intervals of 1 pixel. So if the border is at 1 pixel, it's as it is now. If it's 2 pixels, it would simply check for the neighbor 2 pixels away as well, and so on and so forth. It's maths and physics that scare you. I mean, I still don't get it, but you just solve it as you come across it, right? You don't need to learn it all up front. Just work until you come across a wall and then try and climb it. I can't say I use sine and cosine in any other parts of my life. Anyway, multiply by atlas size. Sorry, I've completely lost what I'm thinking. Do I even need pixel size anymore? I don't think I do. Unit position and atlas size. Position needs to be extracted. You can still be position, I guess. The position is this divided by atlas size, no? I'm sorry, it's 11 o'clock apparently. I'm losing my ability to think. Hey Bowser, how you doing? Yeah, my brain's run out of battery completely. Oh god. Maybe I shouldn't have started refactoring as inside pixel. This is now a little bit of overhead for me. Let me think. I think that this function is correct. But you need to be scaled down. So if you need to be scaled down... You got home from a lovely meal at Waggers. Lovely, buddy. What do you have? So just position just need to be divided by atlas size or something? Or multiplied by atlas size? Hang on, let me reread your messages. Atlas size is this. Okay. Pixel coordinates is... Maybe I just need pixel coordinates? Maybe this just needs to be extracted. Yeah, I think I'm being dense. Am I? No, I think I'm not. I think this... Sorry, I'm so tired. I'm really tired. I think I just need to parse in this. Like so, right? I think. Because then you just say, is your current position greater than equal to that? Is it greater than equal to this? This isn't currently scaled. And then within here, then that's that. Right? I think. I'm so sorry. Is position. You have to learn to program before you can learn to program specific things. Pick up a language tutorial and pick up something very simple and start. That's good advice, Sapling. I agree. Donut seems confident. Alright, Donut. Let's see. You had... Oh, sorry, Bowser, I missed you. You had tamarind ribs as a starter, and then a pulled shiitake rice. Ooh, shiitake. That's a Masahi? Asahi. Good old rice beer. Lovely Asahi. I'm a Kirin guy these days, because there was a man that told me it was his favourite, so I decided, yeah, go on then. And then I grew to quite like it. You should start main by calculating IVEC2 pixel coordinates, which is this. Is IVEC2, so I immediately fucked up there. Fragment texture coordinates multiplied by atlas size. Alright, Dana, I'm gonna just turn my brain off for a moment and just trust you on that. And then I'll think about it after I've written it, because I'm failing here. I need to have dinner. Multiplied by atlas size. Oh, I didn't even give you a name. Oh. Because I just copied from you. Yeah, pixel coordinates is IVEC2. Look at your pixel coordinates. Sprite offset is IVEC2. Offset and scale from the fragment. You just got the XY, so you just want the offset. And you're multiplying that by atlas size. Okay, I kind of see. Yeah. So it's just this stuff. Sprite scale, and you're just separating the XY, I guess. Wait, is that W, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, this is sensible. The pixel coordinates is where in pixels you are on the screen. Or within... Well, on the screen, actually, maybe. Sprite offset is now scaled, and sprite scale is now scaled. Within the atlas, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, because it's just based on texture coordinates. So to get the pixel offset, do you just do... Oh, I need to redo this. Each of these are an atlas pixel space. Okay. So I can treat that mentally as one pixel. If it's a pixel drawn in Aspirate, then and it's in the atlas, then that is one pixel here. Right? One is one pixel in this case. Okay, that's good. Now to get my is inside pixel to work, I want to make sure that that is... Well, instead of 1, this needs to be local coordinate, right? Well, we need to pass in local coordinate. Or something, right? I'll need to calculate that as pixel coordinates minus sprite offset. And then do I need to also handle scale as well? What was I doing before? It needs sprite size as well. It needs the scale, right? But where's the scale involved? Size is a better name than scale when it's in pixels. Yeah, I mean, because in this case, this is literally 16 by 16, right? So is it this divided by sprite size? Or what? Because this is absolute... Sorry. Sprite offset is where within the whole atlas we are. The bottom left. Pixel coordinates is where from that offset we are. We minus them, so we actually get where within the local sprite we are, but we also need the size y. Why do I need that? I guess this function needs it. You need to be sprite size. And you'll be XY. And you are is inside pixel. Might be redundant because it's just one expression. No, because I'm going to reuse this, I think, within here. So is inside pixel. I'm also going to use on the neighbor. So this texel fetch stuff, I'm going to have to construct this. I'm going to have to say, is this position here inside... Well, not is inside, because I... yes, actually, this is still true, because the real sprite won't have anything across the borders, so I can reuse this function. Just to make sure I'm not capturing stuff that's outside the space. Okay. I think what I said makes sense. So I'm just going to write it out lazily first, and then we'll see if it makes sense, and then I can then we can make it better. But let's just get it working first. Okay. Just to have something shitty first. Okay. I'm guessing I can't name a variable in here because otherwise I would. So I'm just going to say is inside pixel this coordinate, and I guess you want sprite size somehow passed in. Hopefully you get the picture of what I'm thinking about in my dazed state. Something like this. Obviously it's a little messy and there's some duplication, but that's fine, right? So we're just checking one at a time each of the neighbors. Assuming that... Oh, this needs to be anded. Assuming that the neighbor is within the sprite. You get it. Okay, fine. So if this works-ish, then I can improve it. Cannot find compatible overload for greater than equal to ivec2 int. Cannot cast from vec2 to... Okay, I've got a... You are a vec2. You should be an ivec2. Oh, more problems. Cannot find compatible function for textual fetch sampler 2D ivec2. You can't use textual fetch with an ivec2? Greater than equal to ivec2 int. Oh, I guess you need to be in ivec2. That's fine. I think. I guess you can also be an ivec. Right? Yes. Cannot undefined variable samples diffuse. Sample diffuse? Oh, okay. I hope Miku starts singing the moment I get this working. Texel fetch with IVEC2 does not work. Oh. Sample diffuse should probably use Texel fetch. Yeah, I can do that. I feel dumb too, Meg. Instead of fragment blah blah blah, we can use pixel coordinates? Yeah. So, but Texel fetch doesn't work with IVEC2 is what this error is saying. So do I have to sample the IVEC2 as a float to do Texel fetch? To say vec2? Should draw outlines pixel coordinate input should not be a local. Yeah. Cannot find... Oh, hang on. Is it because you're an IVEC too? It takes the LOD, so adds 0. The level of detail. Oh, okay, that's something I was missing then. Cannot find Texel fetch sampler 2D vec2 int. You. So you can use IVEC, you just need to remember to have the LOD. Oh! It compiled. Fingers crossed, chat. Fuck. Oh no. There's a return false missing. Oh yeah. That makes sense. You heard Miku. Yeah, I'm listening to you. Yuppie. How you doing, Mastermind? Okay, it's not quite working. Okay, what's that? Let's cut out the is inside pixel thing for just a second. And just Texel fetch. And just because then maybe that's what's going wrong. Here we go. Okay, it's not double rocket. Should draw outlines input shouldn't be local. No? No, because we're doing Texel fetch, aren't we? Okay. But then we still need to translate it here. Although if that's only being used within this function, then I can do that within here. That's fine. So here, I guess we want pixel coordinates. Local pixel coordinates can be calculated in here. You just need to have the sprite offset added in, which is a IVEC2 sprite offset. So you're going to be passed in here as well, and here, and you're going to be passed in here, and here. This makes more sense, right? So now you bam 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 bam, like so, and then you do okay, here we go. This should work. Usually order offset size. Okay, cool. We can look at that when it's working. Crash. Too few parameters in function. Cool. Let's see. Pixel. There should be 3 in each. You need to pass in the sprite offset. It's really weird how I'm simultaneously really fucking tired, but I'm still able to like pass through some of this monkey typing. It's good that I've still got that skill. Laughs. Oh! Look at it! Oh, yeah. Chat, check this shit out. Oh, I don't... Oh, there's so many enemies on the screen. Oh, I don't know. I don't know which one I've killed. I don't know which weapon I can pick up. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's so much shit on the screen. Oh. Hang on a moment. Let me scale this properly. You know what? You can just have it fit to the screen. It's me, the streamer, streaming my own game. Holy. Now you know the thing that you're going to interact with. Isn't that amazing? Holy. Come on, I need the upgrade that gives me ammo on kill. Nah, not this. Shit. And look, it's... Oh, ammo on kill. Okay, this is awesome. Oh, never mind, I've got a knife. Hang on a minute, let me just smash everything. This is fucking awesome. I can get rid of that transparent thing now. Although I do kind of like the weapons being transparent. I don't know if I really care about it. Maybe I just don't make structures transparent. I think having weapons transparent makes them a bit less screen cluttering. But that being said, the main game, I think every enemy wouldn't drop their guns, so maybe it's fine. There's a little bit of lag on the screen. It's not my fault. Look at this. And so now when you're like picking through this pile of rubbish, you can be like, oh, this is the one I'm interacting with. That one needed reloading. Oh no, Z fighting. Not in my game. I have no solution for that. No known solution exists for Z fighting, right? Unless, maybe, perhaps? I don't know. Look at this shit. Hang on, I'm gonna send a picture to Christina. Because this was also partially her suggestion. I mean, I meant to add outline at some point, but she playtested and was immediately like, you need a way to know if you're clicking on something. She's at work, by the way. Send her blesses. How's your work day going? I got outlines working in my actor shader, exclamation mark. I sent her a video of this. This is how you stream, chat. Wow. Wow. Chat says hi. Alright, lads. Not too fucking shabby, if I do say so myself. By the way, the flamethrower becomes insanely OP if you get the incendiary bullets upgrade. The base fire, like, heat of the flamethrower is like 1. So it takes like a couple of hits to like set something on fire. But when you have the incendiary bullets upgrade, it makes it become like 10 or 15. So it's literally like a 10x improvement to how much like fire damage it does. It's actually crazy. I kind of like that. Maybe it needs a little tuning, but... Isn't that fucking sick? Look at all this! And, because I've changed the way that it detects collision to be based on who is closest to the center, even in a pile like this, you should... Unless things literally have the exact same floating point, same transform, you should still be able to pick out the exact thing you want. And if you can't, you can just spam E around it a few times until eventually you can get what you want. It's vomit-inducing. My game? Thanks, Bowser. Yeah, it's the flame bullets, by the way, that's causing all this lag. There's no known solution. None at all. I think it's really cool how if you have incendiary bullets and you use the dagger, it's got like the fire particles on it. Isn't this cool? You can set stuff on fire with your dagger. I can dig my way through the wall and escape all of this nonsense. Yeah, let's go back to like a normal number of enemies. I think structures don't need to be... Oh, dude, I can reuse that shader as well for text and stuff. That's so cool. Oh, dude, now I've got like fucking shaders doing stuff. Unfortunately, all the sprites are rendered 1 pixel bigger, but it's a general system that works for any sprite. What do you mean 1 pixel bigger? They shouldn't be. What do you mean the fact that all the sprites are off, they're actually like rendered on a scale of... Like they have like that border around them. Is that what you mean? You mean invisibly? Okay, thank fucking God. Because these look the same to me, and they fit on the same grid. Yeah, I mean the invisible border thing is like a whatever. It's fine. It lets you get away with so much stuff. It's like a good trade-off, IMO. God, that's so fucking cool. It's so much better than having to go into the sprite and manually drawing an outline. I mean, red's not probably the color I'm going to go with, but you get the idea, right? I've made a video game. Look, I can go up to an upgrade station. You can walk through it, just don't think about it. You can go up to the upgrade station. And then, like, ba-bum. I suppose it doesn't need physics anymore. Because you don't collide with... You don't use the collision. The physics to collide with it. Man, that's so cool. You know, Chris has been writing water shaders for her mouse game. You should ask to look at it next time she shows off her game. They're really fucking cool. She's done some magic in Game Maker. It's insane. I won't spoil it though. The water looks going to look really cool. Alright, let's quickly change some things. Sorry, I got excited playing my game. Oh. So if it is interactable, then outline tint color needs to be this. Fine. And then TBH, we can cut that stuff out, I think. And then I'm just going to say if registry dot all of ground weapon on entity. So only if it's a ground weapon do I want you to tint it. And we can make it 666 number of Satan. You only could do the making thing 1 pixel bigger whenever there's actually an outline. Oh yeah, I could do that as well. It doesn't massively matter though, right? But certainly, I mean, I've got outline color here. If the outline color is white or whatever, then yeah, I don't need to do this. I can note that. Could make the additional size... Well, whatever, who cares? It's true. Different types for different types of interactable. I mean, if you press E on it, I think they need to have the same color, but yeah, I get the idea. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, get out of here, VS Code. Second VS Code. Oh, do I have, palette? Palette red? What palette colors did I have? Not a lot. Palette blue? Palette blue might be a little annoying to see, I don't know. I mean, indeed, just white as well might work. But like white +1 R or something. Is that 255, 255, 255, I guess? God, it takes a while to fucking rebuild, doesn't it? Nah, let's go with a sort of white. Almost white. So we just have it 111, 255. Something like that. Something like that. This also means that the pickups won't be transparent, which is kind of what I want. It's amazing how much of a game is based on collisions, right? That collision system thing has so much shit going on in it. Okay, what nearly white outline is, I guess, 2 nearly white. Let me check my shader. Oh wait, where do I... Oh, it's this. How about 0.001? Something like that. Or am I being dumb? That's black. I am dumb. So sorry. You had to find out this way. Whenever I've got this looking nice, I should leave and make dinner, because it's been 4 hours or so. Tremendous progress today, good fucking lord. What did I do? Stuff. I guess while this is building, I can go into Entity Factory and make the structure not have physics. You know? Doesn't need it. Hey, look at that. So, now you know that this isn't actually white. How do you feel about it? I should really use a color from the palette, mind you, but this is close enough, right? Switching to Texel Fetch might have sold the artifacts on sprite edges. That's possible. Oh. That's a nice side effect. Yeah, I've learned so much. It's amazing that when you, like, do something, you learn stuff. You get me? Like, instead of just sitting there and being like, damn, this thing doesn't work, we, like, sat down together and we like, got it working, and now I've, like, learned stuff. So, like, next time I could do this myself with the knowledge that I, like, gained and stuff. Isn't that kind of crazy? Because it turns out it was checking for black. Shouldn't the actual outline just be white? You think you're real fucking smart, don't you? Let's see. I think like a gold yellow might look nice. Yep. Did Nuclear Throne make it white? I feel like this is triggering something. Man, it's so fucking nice and stuff. So happy when you figured out the logic behind interacting with it. Dude, dopamine is People wondering like why am I making like a game or doing stuff in this way or why am I using this process? It's because you get fucking dopamine when it works. It's the same reason people go to like a slot machine and they pull that lever. Except the slot machine is drawing an outline in GLSL fragment shaders. And my god, does the fucking light spin sometimes. Bing, 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 bing. Because it makes more dopamine. Like, now I've got this working, I could have, like, items have rarity by doing color replacement. Obviously, I could have always done that, but now I've got experience with, like, sampling colors. I could switch my weapons to using a grayscale palette, and then periodically replacing the colors with a rarity. So, for example, all the green or blue could be a grayscale palette picker, and then if the gun is rare and common, it could switch between red, orange, yellow, green, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Trivial now that I know what I'm doing. Kind of confusing before because I didn't know the functions. Wow. I forgot what I was saying. That's something to do, probably. There needs to be a way at a glance to look at a weapon and think, yeah, that one's valuable. There was something wrong that I needed to fix, and I don't remember. Oh, I just saw the double... we still haven't fixed the double shoot bug. Interesting. Also, weapons flying out when they hit a wall. I probably could fix that at some point. Remember that guy coming on stream and telling me, like, technically because the sprites are rotating so perfectly, it doesn't actually match the resolution of your game, so you're breaking art style? And then I had to answer that I liked it. Because this is true. This angle is not something you'd actually do within the pixel scale, but I kind of prefer it. If I make the window purposefully small in OBS, this is now running in a 1x1 window. Obviously, OBS is using some some bilinear filtering, but this is what it looks like at resolution, the native resolution of 1x1. I can't really make it any smaller than that. This is, you know, 144p or whatever. And you can indeed see that the rotation is working as such. But I think this looks like ass, so I think this looks pretty. Man, I've got so much, like, shit done this month. Crazy. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I should go eat something. We need to add, like, sprites and particles and stuff to when you buy an upgrade, obviously, but, that's fluff. I should stop doing all the fluff. This'll do for now. It looks pretty fake. Wow. Well, I'm gonna call this one, Epic Outline Shader. Wow. Send that shit up to Microsoft to train our AI on it. Still using GitHub in current year. Yes. Endless possibilities. It's a piece of art that's never complete. Yeah, you always make better and better. Hell yeah. Have I messed around in Godot? I haven't. I went straight to this. I don't even know, was Godot much of a thing in 2020? It's a new engine. I don't know if it's that new. I probably would have considered Godot had I not. Well, I don't know. I specifically like doing all this shit. I guess with Godot you'd still have to make an outline shader, but I like all this custom engine stuff. Having to think about collisions and intersections, and it's all new to me. Well, it was. It's been a thing for a long time. It's been a thing, but it's not been popular. You know? It's not been in the zeitgeist. Anyway, I'm gonna head off. Devour food. Thanks, Bowser. I'm absolutely starving. So I'm gonna go cook up a set of vegetables and perhaps some sort of plant-based protein. We'll see. Thanks, bud. I wish you luck with your adventures, my Steinsgate friend. This is cool. Sorry, yeah. Bye-bye. See ya. Good night.